Your Honor. Your Honor, we are here on 4 cases for Andy Karpovich for an in-court arraignment today. Your Honor, the 4 case numbers are, I want to go numerically so I can try and keep them in order as best as possible. 23 CR 468, where a defendant was indicted on a count of vandalism, felony of the 5th degree, a count of possessing of criminal tools, felony of the 5th degree, and a count of theft, felony of the 5th degree. Case number 23 CR 469, State of Ohio versus Andy Karpovich, where he was charged with 1 count of aggravated possession of drugs, felony of the 5th degree, 1 count of resisting arrest, misdemeanor of the 2nd degree. Case number 23 CR 487, State of Ohio versus Andy Karpovich, where he has been indicted on 1 count of escape, felony of the 3rd degree. And case number 23 CR 1033, State of Ohio versus Andy Karpovich, where he's been indicted on 3 counts for failure to appear on 3 separate cases, each of those counts being a felony of the 4th degree. Your Honor, we are set today for arraignment. State's understanding the defendant wished to have his arraignment in person today. Defendant's bond had been revoked on the first 3 cases for failing to appear, and the new case, the 23 CR 1033, the state was recommending a bond of $10,000 cash or 10%.
1033.
1033. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Gazione?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Karpovich did wish to be arraigned in court today. In speaking with him, he will waive the reading of the indictments. He will enter not guilty pleas to all of the counts in each case, and he would like to be heard as to bond.
We'll get to that in a moment. Mr. Karpovich, you have been indicted on 4 separate cases here. My understanding is you have received a copy of the indictment in each case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a chance to look those over?
Yes, sir.
You do have the right to have me read those indictments to you on all the charges set forth in each indictment, and I'm happy to do that if you want me to, or you can waive the reading of the indictment.
I'll waive it.
For each of the 4 cases?
Yes, sir.
Very well, then. I'm going to do each one at a time, but in case 23 CR 468, there's 3 counts: vandalism, possessing criminal tools, and theft. What is your plea to each of those 3 counts at this time?
Not guilty.
It's the case 23 CR 469, you're charged with aggravated possession of drugs, forfeiture specification, and resisting arrest. What is your plea to each of those 2 counts at this time?
Not guilty.
Case 23 CR 487, you're charged with 1 count of escape, a felony of the 3rd degree. How do you plead at this time to that charge?
Not guilty.
In case 23 CR 1033, you're charged with 3 counts of failure to appear. Each felony is of the 4th degree. What is your plea to each of those 3 counts at this time?
Not guilty.
All right, Mr. Gazione, you wanted to be heard on the matter of bond?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Karpovich would ask this court to reinstate the owner cognizance bond on the 3 cases where he originally had that, and then set an owner cognizance bond in the new case. He does have a lot of health problems, and being in the jail, it's very difficult for him to take care of his physical ailments. He also feels the need for substance abuse treatment, which he would like the opportunity to get into. Thank you.
Wasn't he given a chance at that already? Wasn't there a motion to modify bond, which the judge did that, and it was even represented that he's facing 3 additional counts of failure to appear if he doesn't show up, so that's enough incentive to get him to show up, and he didn't show up?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's charged with escape for leaving? How can I seriously even consider such a request like that? You've shown that you're not going to show up. I'm not going to reinstate an owner cognizance bond. Bond will remain revoked in those first 3 cases, and bond will be set at $10,000 cash surety and 23 CR 1033. Anything else for the record?
Nothing
No,
on
Your
the state,
Honor.
Your Honor.
President, case 23CR 00107, 00107, State of Ohio versus Corey Adam Hitchcock. Defendant in this case has filed a motion to suppress evidence, and we are here this morning for an evidentiary hearing on the defendant's motion. He's here in court with his counsel, Ms. Ashlyn Carroll. State of Ohio is present, represented by Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Eric Boycel. Both sides prepared to proceed at this time, Mr. Boycel?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Ms. Carroll?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then I'll hear opening comments, opening statements from the state. Mr. Boycel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we are set for suppression today. The primary basis that Ms. Carroll has argued in her motion today was that the detainment of her client was unlawful, that the stop was based upon a belief that the vehicle that was used in a theft offense about a month or so prior, and the argument being made by defense is that ultimately that driver had been cleared of the offense, therefore the stop never should have happened. I think that is the crux of her argument. However, the information that was available to the officer at the time, and what's going to be shown today, is that the vehicle was a suspect vehicle, remained a suspect vehicle from that offense, that the operator that was the owner of that vehicle had no driver's license, valid in Ohio, and that this officer knew those facts at the time that he pulled this defendant over. In addition, you'll then hear that as the stop prolongs, we find out that not only did the driver not have a license, but that the passenger, who is Ms. Carroll's client, did not have a license as well, was not valid and able to drive in the state of Ohio. As a result, in the long run, this vehicle would have ultimately been towed by the Mentor Police Department. But in addition to that, you'll hear evidence today from this officer that upon approaching the vehicle, he also smelled the smell of marijuana. So as this case progressed and as the stop progressed, it grew longer and became more detailed as a result of additional things being found out by this officer as the stop went on. Ultimately, Your Honor, as a result of the stop, drugs were recovered in the car. The defendant's DNA was located on those drugs after it had been sent to the crime lab.
I don't think that matters.
Nope, not for today's purposes. A large sum of money was located on the defendant, over $5,000 on his person. That it was found as a result of the arrest, having him patted down and searched. Following the arrest, you'll hear testimony later today from Detective Butler, who went back and reviewed this stop, reviewed the in-car camera footage, saw the defendant in the back of the car on his cell phone, messaging and texting somebody, as well as taking photos. As a result of that, a subpoena or a search warrant was done for the defendant's phone. Those records came back, and I believe that's also being requested to be suppressed here today. In part because the person that he was messaging, he was indicating he was on his way to deliver the goods. So, the fruits of the poisonous tree argument, if the stop is good, if the detainment is good, then everything that follows is also good, and that's the state's argument today. We would also just move to incorporate our brief here today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. 1 second, please. Before I hear from Ms. Carroll, I just want to make sure we're clear on something. We had a pretrial on this matter, and there was an offer made, extended to the defendant, at the pretrial at least, plead to count 1 and 5 and dismiss the remaining counts. I guess I want to make sure we're all on the same page before we go any further here in terms of that offer, and if it's contingent on the suppression hearing at all, if it's being rescinded if we go forward with the suppression hearing, just so everybody we're on the same page. So
The offer would be terminated after today, Your Honor.
if we go forward with the hearing?
Correct.
You want time to discuss that with your, I don't know if you knew that or not, Ms. Carroll, if you want time to discuss that or not with your client.
That doesn't change our decision to go forward today, Your Honor.
Then we go forward today, it's either gonna be a trial or plea the indictment, is that correct, Mr. Poisson?
Well, the initial offer would go up from the initial offer. There'd have to be some type of a trafficking plea too, something
The
along those.
initial offer would
The
be.
initial offer would be revoked at this time.
All right, Ms. Carroll, then I'll hear from Mr. Poisson.
Well, Your Honor, actually, could we have just a minute, Scott?
Sure.
Thank you.
You want privacy here?
Yes.
Do you mind stepping out?
Yeah.
So I've been advised that the defendant is not accepting the offer at this point, and I wanna make sure we're on the same page as to what the offer was. My understanding was plead to count one, which is a trafficking cocaine, a felony of the 5th degree, and count 5, receiving proceeds subject to forfeiture, a felony of the 5th degree. The other, 4 counts we dismissed, correct?
Judge, that was the initial offer that was made in this case. Counsel approached me, in the break just now asking if he could plead, or if, there was potential for him to plead to a possession charge in lieu of the trafficking charge. The state said if he would wish to do that, he could.
Which count would that have been?
Either of the 2 possession counts, so either count
3 or
3,
4?
the possession of cocaine, or count 4, aggravated possession of drugs. Both would have been felony of the 5th degree.
Along with that proceeds count?
Along with the proceeds count, correct. However, I have not had a chance to hear one way or the other as to how that was going to go.
He's rejecting that offer?
Yes, Your Honor, he would like to proceed with the suppression.
All right, well, I will not accept I will not accept the plea to that, or even the original offer of count 1 and count 5. I'm not gonna accept that at any time later on, so. Your client understands that?
He does understand that,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Let me hear from your opening statement then.
I would waive opening, Your Honor.
Okay. Statement calls first witness.
Thank you, Honor. Your Honor, say we call Patrolman Ryan Harum.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Have a seat. Voice whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Your Honor. Your Honor, I made the table today. I don't know that I need to go to the
Wherever you
podium today. Good morning, Patrolman. If you could, state your name and spell your name for the record.
It's Patrolman Ryan Harum, last name's H-E-R-A-M-B.
And you're a certified police officer at the state of Ohio?
Yes, I am.
And you're employed with the city of Mentor?
That's correct.
How long have you been a police officer in the state of Ohio?
Approximately 20 years.
Whole time with Mentor?
Yes.
Okay. And were you employed as a certified police officer back on the 10th day of January, 2023?
Yes, sir.
On that incident, do you recall what shift, or on that date, do you recall what shift you were working?
So I did the midnight shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay. And when you work a shift like that, are you on the road?
That night I was on road patrol,
On
yes.
road? And when you're on road patrol, you're in your cruiser, marked cruiser,
Correct.
sirens, lights, identification on the side?
Yes.
Okay. Fully uniformed as well?
Yes.
Okay. On that night, did you have an incident to have an interaction with a Corey Hitchcock and a Ryan Clark? Or, excuse me, not, Robert Clark.
Yes, I did.
What drew your attention to their vehicle, I should say?
I was patrolling the area of State Route 306, near Lost Nation Airport, where one of our fire stations is at. I observed the vehicle. It was a gray BMW. We had received a BOLO, be on the lookout for this vehicle and some suspects from a theft that had happened at Menards approximately 2 weeks before that.
Okay, so 2 weeks before that night, so 2 weeks before sometime end of December into January, you had received a report regarding that specific type of vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. So when you saw the vehicle, what do you do at that point in time?
I followed the vehicle northbound on State Route 306 to Bellflower Road. In our local inquiry system, if I run a license plate in a vehicle, it'll tell me if that vehicle has been involved in any incidents in our city, if it was entered in a report. I was able to pull up that information, and as I did that, the vehicle made a right turn on the eastbound Bellflower Road, continued down Bellflower Road. I was able just to look up some brief information on it and do a registration check.
Okay. At this point in time, had you activated lights, sirens, or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So you're confirming the plate, you're confirming the vehicle through your computer system?
Correct.
What information at the time, prior to stopping the vehicle or activating your lights, are you now aware of?
So when I ran the vehicle in Leeds, it came back that the vehicle was registered to Robert Clark with all the identifying information for the vehicle. However, no driver's license record returned on that. So what that means...
What does that mean?
What that means is that that person, as a registered owner of their vehicle, their social security number is attached to that registration. That means that they don't have an issued state ID card or license in the state of Ohio.
I thought you were saying that you couldn't access it or something like that.
No.
Okay. Upon learning this information, what do you do?
I continued to follow the vehicle. It appeared to be turning into a residential neighborhood after that turned northbound onto North Weatherby. It approached the intersection of another residential street, which was Rutland. At the T intersection, there was no turn signal activated on the vehicle approaching the stop sign. It stopped at the stop sign, paused for a minute, and then it initiated a left turn signal, made a left turn.
So it did ultimately initiate a left turn signal, made a left turn?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, is that when you activate your overhead lights
Correct.
to effectuate the stop?
Yes.
Okay. So you indicated to me that you checked the license plate, you and found that the registered owner did not have a valid driver's license.
There was
Or
no
no
driver's
license.
license information in the state of Ohio for that
Right.
individual.
And describe to the court just a little bit what you knew about the BOLO for the vehicle.
So the BOLO for the vehicle included vehicle description, color, make, the license plate number of the vehicle, which matched the vehicle. It was John Union King 9056.
Okay.
John Union King 9056.
And as a result, then you have that information, you see the vehicle, you stop the vehicle.
Correct.
Upon approaching the vehicle, which side of the vehicle do you approach?
On the passenger side of the vehicle.
The vehicle stopped without incident, I should have asked that first.
Yes, it did.
Okay. Pulled over to the side of the road and you approached.
Correct.
And you approached the passenger side.
Correct.
Was the window rolled down, or how did you begin initiating conversation?
I initiated conversation with the vehicle occupants. Corey was the front right passenger in the vehicle, and the window was rolled down.
Upon the opening of the window, was anything noticed at that point in time by you?
Yeah, as soon as I approached the passenger side of the car and the window was rolled down, I could smell an odor of raw marijuana coming from inside of the vehicle.
Okay. That initial conversation and stop, what is your purpose when you're talking to the two individuals in the car?
I asked them some questions about where they were going, what they were doing, who was the owner of the vehicle, if the vehicle operator had his identification with him.
Did you ask the same for the passenger as well?
I did.
Okay. Were you able to obtain any type of driver's license from the driver of the vehicle?
He did not have any identification card or driver's license on his person.
Okay. And did that individual provide you his social security and information so you could check him out?
He did.
Okay. And the passenger, did you speak to the passenger as well?
Yes, I did.
Same set of questions, find out his information?
Yes, he did not have a license with him either because it was suspended.
Okay. Did you receive his information from him then as well?
Yes, I did.
And he indicated that his name was Corey Hitchcock?
That's correct.
The defendant we see seated here today?
Yes.
Okay. When you, and just for record purposes, let the record reflect he's identified defendant that's in the courtroom here today, Judge.
Record may so reflect.
Upon receiving the information from both the driver and from Corey, what do you do with that information? Do you go back to your car, or do you extenuate the stop right there on the spot at that point?
I went back to my car to run their information.
Okay. So you go back to your car to run the information for both Corey and the driver. First, are you able to confirm whether or not the driver has a valid driver's license?
I was able to confirm that he did not. He, at one point, had a driver's license issued in the state of Minnesota. However, that license had been revoked since 2018.
Okay, so no license. License had been revoked. And then the passenger indicated his license was suspended?
Correct.
Okay. And would not be able to drive either?
Correct.
Does the matter have any type of a policy in a situation like that in place where you have a vehicle on the road with nobody who can actually drive the vehicle? What would happen in that situation?
That would, the vehicle be subject to removal by our tow policy.
Okay. Just quickly, what would that mean? Does that mean the vehicle is going to be towed at that night regardless?
Correct.
Okay. So in this situation, you have two drivers in the car, and the car is ultimately going to be towed. When a car is towed, what has to happen to the inside of the car?
Inventory search of the vehicle is completed.
Okay. So an inventory search must take place when there's a tow of the vehicle.
Correct.
That's per your policy at Mentor?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to an inventory search, when you return back to the vehicle, are you checking any other information regarding perhaps the BOLO or anything along those lines?
I did briefly check the report to see what kind of items had been stolen in the shoplifting report.
Okay. Were you able to read the entire report at that point in time?
I did not.
And prior to that night, had you actually read through the entire report?
No.
Okay. So you had familiarity with it, you were aware that the BOLO was out, but you had not actually read through the entire report that was done in that case?
Correct.
What was that case regarding? Or where was it, what was it out of?
It occurred at a department store called Menards. It involved two males, a black male and a white male. And the white male was observed by a loss prevention officer concealing, I believe it was electronic charging cords or something to that effect.
And did you have access to any type of photographs or anything like that at that point in time?
I did.
Okay. Did you, were you comparing those photos prior to returning back to the car at any point in time?
Yes.
And what were you looking at specifically?
I was looking to see, I'd already seen the pictures prior to that incident from the BOLO, and just looking to see comparison between the photos and the two suspects.
Did you have any other officers look at that as well?
Yes, Patrolman Lucius had stopped at the traffic stop to assist me, and he looked at the photos as well.
Okay, so while looking at the photos, describe the two males who you pulled over that night. What were their builds, what were their shapes, what were their complexions?
The vehicle owner, Robert, was a black male, about a little bit taller than me, average build. And Corey appeared very similar as he does now to the day of the traffic stop.
Okay. Specifically, is that related to that Menard stop? Did it have any correlation? Did they match or come close to matching a description of the two individuals involved in the Menard stop?
I was 100% sure that Robert matched the description of the suspect from the BOLO.
And Robert was the driver?
And Robert was the driver. And Corey very, very closely matched. The only I guess dissimilarities was his hair and his beard. The beard on the male and the white male appeared to be very unkempt and kind of bushier hair.
So given the knowledge and that information, do you return back to the car then to discuss with the two occupants the theft offense?
Yes.
What do you do when you return back to the car?
The first person that I had exit the vehicle was Corey. And I initially asked him to exit the vehicle, and he refused to get out of the vehicle. I had to ask him multiple times. Ultimately, I had to tell him that if he did not exit the vehicle, that he was going to be arrested.
And on that night, were you equipped with a body camera?
Yes, I was.
That's standard issued, it runs upon activation of lights, or how does that work?
That's the primary way that that's activated, by activation of lights.
Okay. So on this night, was it working in that manner?
Yes, it was.
Would it have picked up the conversation you had with the defendant, in this case, Corey Hitchcock?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to admit and play the body cam footage from Officer Harum. It'll be State's Exhibit 1.
Which exhibit is this?
It'll be, State's Exhibit 1.
State's Exhibit 1. Any objection, Mr. Carroll?
No, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1 will be admitted. Tell me when you're all set to go.
I'm set to go whenever you are, Judge.
Okay.
And for clarification, the video picks up, you'd be in the car and in the cruiser? Is that accurate?
Correct. It's on the front of my body, so.
So the beginning of this would be you in the cruiser approaching the vehicle, still moving in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. For purposes of import, I'm going to skip ahead to where we were in our conversation. The discussion with the defendant. So this would be when you return to the vehicle at 23. One moment. All right, we're at 23 minutes and, or 23:35 and 34 seconds in the video, based on the running time on the top. The timestamp, is that accurate today in time?
Yes. Hey, Corey, can you step out here for a second?
And it is now southbound, South Road,
Because I asked you to.
just requesting that.
What's that?
So,
Because I asked
there's
you to.
something in our city now. It's going about 27 miles an hour. They-
No, I want him to step out. Is there a reason? Because if you don't, I'm gonna arrest you for obstructing official business.
Center 20.
Step around the back of the car for me. Yeah, because I don't know if you're aware of this, but as a police officer, I have a legal right to order you out of the vehicle, okay?
I know you do.
To talk to you, okay? What I wanna ask you is, we had a shoplifting incident on December 24th at Menards. Are you familiar with that?
No,
You're not familiar with that?
no, not at all. What?
Okay.
I don't steal. I don't.
Do you know who this gentleman is in this photo?
No,
You have no idea who that is?
no, I don't.
Okay.
I'm gonna pause it at just at this point. The picture you're showing him, that can be seen on the screen, perhaps a more clear picture here, I'm not gonna admit this, but.
We'll admit it, just because we're referring it, so we'll make this is a screenshot of what we're seeing on the screen right now?
It's actually the image that you see in the phone, the actual image of it being shown.
Yes,
I'll say it's too.
Okay.
You recognize it's too?
I do.
Is that the image that we're seeing, totally transcribed here on the video?
Yes.
And what is depicted in this image?
It's, one of the suspects from the shoplifting.
So this is which describes this characteristic?
It's the white male,
How is that white man?
correct?
That's the picture you're showing him right now, is of the white suspect that was involved in the Menards theft.
Correct.
And at that point, you said you thought it might be Corey, but you weren't sure,
Correct.
that individual.
For the record, is that your cell phone that you're showing?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
I just know there's an issue with the cell phone here, I wanna make sure we're not. That's his phone.
So you showed him the photo, he denied that that's him, indicate that's not him, and he doesn't know who that person is.
Correct.
All right. Ultimately, is he asked to go from this scene, asked to have a seat in your cruiser while the stop is continued?
Yes.
Okay. And if we were to play through completion on the video, the dash cam would have picked, or the body cam would have picked that up as well?
Correct.
Prior to going into the car, into the cruiser, do you do a full search of him at that point in time, or a cursory search?
Just a cursory pat down,
And what's the point of that?
just to make sure that he doesn't have any weapons on him.
Okay, so is that kind of an abbreviated or a quick stop, pat down, how does that work?
It's just checking outer garments, waistband area, and known places where weapons can be at.
And ultimately, he's allowed to sit in the back of the car while the stop continues?
Correct.
All right, at that point in time, is he placed in handcuffs or arrested at all?
No.
Okay. He has full access to his cell phone if he had it with him or anything like that while he's in the back of the car?
Yes.
And your cruiser, just for clarification, that night is equipped with in-car cameras as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And that is also activated and runs while, the same way that your body cam does. When the lights go on, the in-cruiser cam goes on as well?
Yes.
And that picks up the back seat of the car?
Correct.
driver, is he also brought back into a patrol car?
Yes, he is.
Okay, and is that the same car, or is he placed into a different car?
I believe he's placed in a different car.
Okay, so both the driver and the defendant are separated in two different vehicles,
Correct.
and at that point in time, what are you going to do with the vehicle that they just walked out of?
I'm searching it.
Okay, and what is the reason that you're searching that vehicle?
Did the odor of raw marijuana coming from the vehicle and the vehicle having been involved in the shoplifting? And ultimately, the vehicle is going to be impounded.
Okay, so there's three reasons. You had the theft events, that vehicle being involved in that, the odor of marijuana, and you said because it's going to be towed. Now that tow, you said that was based on not having a driver who could drive the vehicle because they were both without valid licenses.
Correct.
Okay. Just for records purpose and clarification, did Robert Clark at any point give consent to search the vehicle?
I did not at any point ask him for consent.
Okay. So based on the information you had learned leading up to the stop on it being involved in the bolo, the smell of marijuana, and the fact that this car was going to need to be inventoried, you conducted a search of the vehicle.
Correct.
That's also picked up on the body cam, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to go forward to the search of the vehicle, and I'll give the timestamp to the court in just one moment. All right, we're fast forward now to 23, 49, and 44 seconds.
You're going back in the second car here.
Actually, we're here at this point, this is the driver going back into the car, is that accurate?
Yes.
He's being taken to the second unit?
Correct.
But it is, it's my nature. I've been helping people every chance I get. It's just what you're supposed to do. That's how, I was born in Europe. That's just how I was raised.
You check for me.
Yeah.
Watch your head when you get it.
All right. Oh, my phone is still on your head.
Okay.
All right,
Yep.
trunk of my car.
Yep. Guy's so full of shit.
I was just driving aimlessly all the way around.
That dude in that picture looks taller than
Than him.
him. Well, let's see if there's any stolen stuff. It's like all electronic stuff. I knew it. I could smell it. I could smell it, but big bag of weed down here. Anything down there?
As soon as you asked him where they were going, he started going and,
Yeah.
he went from, I don't know, he was gonna tell me when we got closer to, I was gonna swing by my dream car I've always wanted.
Yeah. There's like a piece of foil inside that packaging.
Go ahead, one. I'm out at West, spinning mileage is 50737. Copy at 2352.
Does it specify the report, the, like, exact, like, electronics that were taken?
Yeah, it's all listed. Put some light over here. Oh, that's crack. The big cocaine?
Well, he probably got that for free at that thing he works at.
There's always a plot twist, Nick.
I know.
I'm gonna go ahead and pause it at this point. We're at 23:53:12 on the video. The location that we saw in the video were the marijuana bags that had the crack cocaine in it, or suspected crack cocaine in it. It was located in the driver's side of the vehicle, but next to the, just for, clarify for the record, next to the armrest that would be there, or the compartment there. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's beside the right side of the driver's seat in the center console storage compartment.
Center console, thank you. That location, where it's at and where it was located, could that have been reached or accessed by passenger as well as driver?
Yes.
Was driver asked about the drugs?
Yes, he was.
Did he indicate, or did he make any admissions whether or not he had drugs in the car?
He denied completely that he had any drugs in the vehicle.
Did he make any statements regarding the defendant?
He did make a statement that he believed he saw the, passenger reaching in the area of that vehicle.
Okay. Did you talk to the driver of the car first before you talked to the passenger?
I did.
After you had that conversation with the driver, did you then talk to the passenger about what was found in the car?
Yes, I did.
And did he indicate whether or not that was his drugs or not his drugs?
He denied that any of the drugs were his.
Okay. And at that point in time, when when you're questioning him about the drugs, does there come a point where you're going to place him under arrest?
Yes.
And why is it at that point in time that you decided it's time to place him under arrest?
At that point, I believe I had probable cause to arrest both of the occupants for constructive possession of the drugs.
Okay. Because prior to that point, the passenger, at least, his hands were free, he was in the back of the car, because he was an occupant in a vehicle with a driver who was not allowed to drive the vehicle, but he had not, at that time, broken any laws. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Who? The defendant. But once the drugs were found and found within proximity, that's when at that time, you make the determination that an arrest needs to be effectuated on the defendant.
Correct.
Okay. As part of that arrest, is he then given a more thorough pat-down?
Yes.
And as part of that pat-down, what, if anything, is located?
I found 5 separate wads of money that were inside he had shorts on underneath his pants. They were deep in the pockets of his shorts, so they were down kind of near his knees.
If we played through the video, it would show that.
Yes.
I don't know that I need to show that, but you actually actively were able to remove the money from his pockets.
Yes, as a matter of fact, when I found the money, Corey became very defensive, argumentative, confrontational, requested a supervisor come to the scene, which there just happened to be a supervisor that was available and not too far from there, so a supervisor did come to the scene. And at that point, I completed the search.
Okay, so at that point, you were able to actually physically remove the money from his pockets.
Correct.
Did he have any explanation as to why he had all that money?
He gave multiple different reasons. The first reason was that he doesn't trust banks, that he had just cashed out some bonds. That would go on to, he also said that he had just recently sold a car. There were 3 to 4 different versions of why he had the money on him.
As a result of the pat-down and the search, did you remove any items from him? Was his cell phone taken?
At that point, yes, the cell phone was taken.
Okay, so cell phone was taken. The money that was found on him, was that also removed from him and taken as well?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else found on his person?
In the front pocket of his sweatshirt, there was a package of zigzag rolling papers.
In your experience, what are zigzag rolling papers used for?
To roll marijuana joints.
Did the defendant indicate that's what he had them for?
No.
What did he say he had them for?
I believe he said for rolling, like tobacco, something of that nature.
Ultimately, then, defendant is placed under arrest as a result of his location to the drugs that were found in the car.
Correct.
And cell phone was confiscated as well as a result of that, money confiscated as well as a result of that. Taken into evidence, I should say,
Yes,
held for evidence.
yes,
All that still remains in evidence today, correct?
yes,
When you finish searching him, is he ultimately taken back to the jail?
yes,
The DNA swab taken from the defendant?
yes,
Okay, he voluntarily gave a DNA swab in this case?
yes.
Okay. And what is your role once he's brought back to the jail, and at that point, do you continue on with this or further it along, or is it passed off to a detective bureau?
It was passed on to the detective bureau.
Okay. So at the end of the night, when the stop ends, your main role in this case is subsided?
Correct.
Okay. What charges, if any, did you indicate to him that he was being charged with that night?
With, possession of cocaine. And possession of marijuana.
One moment, Your Honor. Officer, you talked a little bit about, earlier about that bolo that you had received on the car. And you indicated you had not had the chance to review an entire report on that. That accurate? Did I say that right?
Correct.
Once back at the station and once you had returned, did you get a chance to read through the prior report?
At some point I did,
Okay.
after that.
But it wouldn't have been until after the arrest had been effectuated?
Correct. As a matter of fact, Officer, Campbell was working that night, and when I got back to the jail, when I saw that he was the one that had taken the report, I actually called him to come into the jail to talk to them.
Okay. And what, if anything, as you had further investigation into that report, not necessarily into the actual offense that took place, but just the report that was written from Menor, did you learn regarding the driver of the vehicle, regarding Officer Campbell's assessment?
Ultimately, only the white male involved in the shoplifting incident was observed concealing merchandise. So Officer Campbell concluded from that information that Robert had not been involved in the shoplifting.
Okay. Now, the vehicle itself, however, was the vehicle involved in the shoplifting? In
Yes.
that way? How was the vehicle involved in the shoplifting?
It was used, Robert was inside the store with the other white male suspect, and then they left the store in that vehicle with the male having the concealed merchandise with him when he left in the vehicle.
So the vehicle had actually been involved in the offense in one way or shape or form, despite the fact that Officer Campbell made a determination that the theft itself there was no part of the driver on that.
Correct.
Okay. So at the time when you effectuated the stop, the vehicle that you were stopping, Bolo was still good?
Correct.
And all information that you had also included that the driver of that vehicle, the registered driver of the vehicle, registered owner of the vehicle, did not have a valid license. Is that also included in Campbell's report?
Correct.
Did it appear, and it appeared to you that the driver of the vehicle matched the registered driver based on any photos or anything like that?
I showed the I did the same thing that I did with Corey. I showed the registered owner of the vehicle the picture from Menards of him, and I said, "Hey, who's this?" And he said, "That's me."
So he indicated that was in fact him in Menards that day?
Correct.
Okay. So it's the same person from that offense who's driving the car, who you came to learn did not have a license?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Ms. Gill, before we do cross, are you pursuing all the arguments in the motion, or what about
I
the
am
search
ready.
warrant with the cell phone?
I'm pursuing all the arguments in
Okay.
the motion.
Very well, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, officer.
You just give me 1 second, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you need water? Oh, you got some.
No, I'm good. I'm just fighting a cold. Thank you.
Right?
Yes.
said that when you were, when you saw this vehicle, that you got a BOLO for it, and you said that, you pulled up information about the situation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that mean when you pull up information from the situation?
Like I described earlier, we have a local inquiry system. So when I run a vehicle registration through leads, if we have any local history on the vehicle, such as that vehicle, having been entered into a police report, that license plate number is then linked to an incident.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm able to, pull up that incident, such as, you know, if a report's completed on it, the report will be attached to it, like that.
And you did pull up that report at that time, right?
I did.
So, did you read that report at that point, or you said you
I did.
read part of it?
If you look at my speedometer, I'm driving 35 miles an hour, so I'm looking for, key information on it, and the way the reports are structured. The vehicle was involved in a theft, the property section is right at the top of the report. So I'm looking to see, what was involved in that theft.
And so, the property section, you said that's at the top of the report?
It pulls up differently than, sometimes when it prints. I believe it's like the second page, maybe third page on there. The narrative is always the last section on there.
Mm-hmm. And the narrative itself, you said you read that report, it's about 1 page, and then 4 pages long on the second page?
I did not read it while I was following the vehicle, no.
You didn't read the report when you were following the vehicle?
No.
Okay. So, the other officer that arrived, what was his name?
Patrolman Lucius.
Lucia. So when you told him, I was trying to read the report while I was driving, you did not mean that you were reading the report?
No, I mean, I'm reading what I'm able to. I mean, you're not able to dedicate, I'm driving, so as I'm looking down at the report, I'm looking for key information. I'm not able to read it like you would read a book on the beach.
Okay. So at any point in that report, does it list suspects?
I believe it does.
Okay. And did it list Robert Clark as a suspect?
I don't recall specifically on the report if it did or not.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of that report, would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I touch?
You may.
Does that look like the report that you reviewed that day?
Yes.
Does it list Robert Clark as a suspect in this offense?
It does not list any suspects because no suspects were identified at the time of the incident.
Okay, thank you. And so when you said you ran the vehicle, that it came back to a Robert Clark, this is before you stopped the vehicle, right?
Correct.
And it showed no driver's license information, which you said means that there was no Ohio driver's license information.
Correct.
So when you're driving on the road and you run someone that doesn't have any driver's license information, do you always pull them over, or do you call and try to get more information? If someone had an out-of-state license, how would you find out that information?
Right. Well, so also in Ohio, the vehicle registration has an Ohio address on it
Mm-hmm.
with a registration date that was at least older than 6
Right, I
months.
just mean if you're pulling someone over and they don't have
Well,
Ohio driver's license
Right.
information.
I'm trying to
what's the
explain the information to you because once you establish residency in the state of Ohio, you're required to obtain an Ohio driver's license within 90 days.
Okay, but my question is, how do you find information about if someone has an out-of-state license?
There wouldn't have been enough information to get that information just based on the vehicle registration.
So with the registration information, that doesn't give a date of birth?
It does not.
It does, but it gives you a name and an
Correct.
address?
Correct.
Okay, and so you'd have no way to get driver's license information?
Not just from the vehicle registration.
Okay, so you'd have no way to know if he does have a valid out-of-state license?
Not an out-of-state, I would not know that.
Okay. There wouldn't be any way to find out at that point?
Not with just the vehicle registration, no.
Okay. And, actually, is it okay if I rewind that a little bit? So, you said the only time that you had a chance to, the first time you had a chance to read the report was when you got back to the jail after you had already taken Mr. Clark and Mr. Hitchcock into custody, right?
Correct.
Okay.
What do you?
Can you go to, I only have the, like the time, not the time that it
From
actually
here?
occurred, the timestamp, yeah.
You have the, I'm sorry, you have the timestamp time
No,
or,
that's
okay. I could open it
I think
with,
it's at the bottom right there.
honestly, I could open it in, like Windows Media if it's like 20 minutes in or 12 minutes, is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
it shows on that one that you just had up.
It's just tough to get.
It's at the bottom right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's not as easy.
Yeah, it's not as easy. Can you go to 4 minutes? Can you press play?
So I'm gonna direct your attention back to the video, from your body cam
I
from
don't-
that day.
I don't know that I'm there yet, Ashlyn. It's not showing me the time. It's still showing 28.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me do that. 1 minute, please. Did you want 4 minutes?
And actually, before you start that, just so we don't have to play over the video twice. I'm gonna go back to, when you approached the vehicle, you spoke to both Mr. Hitchcock and Mr. Clark and got their information, social security numbers, asked where they were going, all that information.
Yes.
And you talked to them, looks like for about 2 minutes. Does that sound right?
I believe so.
Okay. And at no point during that conversation you ask about marijuana, correct?
No.
You don't mention marijuana at any point?
Nope.
Okay. And then when you get back to the cruiser, you call dispatch, ask them to run the driver's license information for Mr. Clark, the social security number you have for Mr. Hitchcock, right?
Correct.
At any point, do you send any messages about the need to search for marijuana or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And then, Officer Lucius, was it, walks up,
Correct.
and you talk to him for about almost 6 minutes. Does that sound right?
Without looking at the video, I don't know, but that sounds approximately about the amount of time.
Okay, and during those 6 minutes that you're talking to him, you don't mention anything about the odor of marijuana in the vehicle?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Okay, well, we'll play that, so that can refresh your memory. And during that time you're talking to that officer, you are talking about the theft situation, right?
Yes, I did talk to him about the theft situation, yeah.
Whether the suspect, that had stolen anything looked like Mr. Hitchcock. You got the pictures that you had on your phone that day that was on, shown on that video. You had had dispatch send you those pictures? Or you had another officer send you those pictures?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were comparing those pictures you had to, the report on the screen?
I believe so.
Okay. And so I'm gonna start the video, at 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about right when you got it back into your vehicle. Does that seem right?
Yes.
all that information you're scrolling through, what's that information from?
Those are the, license records for Robert and Corey.
Okay.
Sorry, it's not playing smooth fashion. I might need it, I don't know. I didn't view it that way, I viewed it through watch card.
Sorry, we might need to switch computers.
Should have a little. You have it pulled up already? Is that what you said?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
I am ready, yes. You said that was the driver's license information that you were pulling up for the both of them?
Correct.
Okay.
That's my computer, Judge.
Oh. Let me. Is that yours, Ashley?
No.
That's not your screen?
Maybe it's,
That's not what's showing on your screen right now?
no.
You're hooked up to the system?
I am, but it might be because my screen sometimes has a two screen. So let me see if I can, yeah,
There you go.
if I move it. There we go.
You can start back from YouTube.
Go ahead, three.
So are you still looking at driver's license information there?
This, I believe what I have on that screen there is the local inquiry of the plate.
Okay.
Go ahead, three.
Can you check the vehicle owner, by name and date of birth out of Wisconsin? His name should be on the RP, and his date of birth is 10/12/76 break. Also check social 293021611.
Ten. Two will go. 10-12. Copy 213.
What's up? So it looks like this car was used in a theft at Menards on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
You remember it? No.
No, I was trying to,
So right there, what you're looking at, is that the police report for that incident?
That is the computer-aided dispatch call screen for that incident.
Okay. So at that point, you're trying to get more information about that theft incident?
Correct.
I was trying to look at the history we had with the plate on my drive here.
I was trying to read the report while I was driving,
That's what I was trying to do.
and as I was
So right there, when you said I was trying to read the report while I was driving, you just mean you weren't actually reading the report, you were just looking at the car information? That was the only information you got from that report?
Like, I was looking for like the major stuff that's on the report. When I said I was,
Like the names of suspects?
I was actually looking for any additional information that I could find on it.
Okay. And then after reading that report later, you saw that it specified, at this time, I am only looking to speak with Robert in regards to trying to identify the suspect he arrived with. Robert is not suspected of any crime.
I did not see the full copy of the report until I spoke with Officer Campbell in the jail.
Okay.
he passed me on 306, made a right on Bellflower.
Is it just him in the car?
No, it's him and another dude. But they must have got going pretty good, because I turned around on 306 right before they turned.
Yeah.
Mary 3.
Go ahead.
Robert Clark, out of Wisconsin. He is valid through, actually it's expired, in 2018, 9/30.
Copy. Can you check him through Ohio as well?
10-4.
Bailey, what's the,
3-year social, 24-year-old. Corey Hitchcock, out of Rock Creek. He's suspended, no 30.
10-4.
hey, the address that's on that plate is the Painesville one, right? Maybe I wrote that wrong.
Hold on a second. Issued, expired. Alright, so he's no OL. Other dude's suspended.
So at this point, this is where you're
Let's see what
confirming
this
the
report
information
says.
that there's no valid driver's license. That the Wisconsin license expired in 2018, and that Mr. Hitchcock did not have a valid license, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we're 7 minutes and 43 seconds into this stop, right? From when the body cam started rolling?
Yes.
Okay. And so still to this point, haven't mentioned anything about marijuana. To dispatch, to Corey and Robert in the car, to Officer Lucius here?
No, I had not.
Okay. And then, then you get texted those pictures of the white male that was suspected to have stolen from Menards, right? And you compare them to Corey's DMV photo.
Yes.
And then you and Officer Lucius talk about that, and then you come back, you go up and get Corey out of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you talk to Corey for about 2 minutes. Does that sound right? Outside of the vehicle before you put him in the back of your cruiser?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point when you were talking to Corey, did you bring up the issue of smelling marijuana?
No, I did not.
Okay. And then you went and got Robert out of the vehicle, right?
Correct.
And with Robert, you talked about the same things you did with Corey, of who the person in the picture is. He says it's not Corey, right?
Correct.
You talk about how he knows how he knew the individual that was there with him. It was a friend of his coworker, named Mike, I think. Does that sound right?
Yes.
But you didn't get any specifics on a name or anything like that?
He gave very vague information.
Right. Then you talk about where he works. He said he works at a church, where they were going tonight, trying to get more information. He starts talking about a car, his dream car that he saw that they were going to drive by while he was dropping Corey off at his friend's house.
Correct.
And you kind of give him a lecture about complicity and what complicity means, and how because he was the driver that he could be charged with complicity to that theft offense.
Correct.
And you talked to him for about 12 minutes. Does that sound right?
I'm not sure on how long it was. I did have a conversation with him, yes.
And that conversation was kind of lengthy?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point when you're talking with him, do you bring up that you smelled marijuana in the vehicle, ask him if there was any marijuana in the vehicle, mention marijuana in any capacity whatsoever?
Not to him, no.
Okay. And then you take him back to the other cruiser, right? And you put him in a separate vehicle from Corey?
Correct.
And at that point, you decide you're going to search the vehicle. As you're walking up, you say to Officer Lucius, well, let's see if there's any stolen stuff. It's all electronic stuff. So that's the only mention of the reason that you're searching the vehicle, right?
To Officer Lucius, yes.
Yeah, just any mention verbally as to the reason you were searching the vehicle.
Yes, I did.
Okay. So then, once you start searching the vehicle, you immediately locate that baggie that has marijuana and then the suspected crack cocaine, right?
Yes, immediately, yep.
And that was pushed down kind of far into the space in between the driver's seat and the center console.
By far, what do you mean by far?
You had to reach your arm down there to grab it.
I mean, I saw it pretty quickly, so it was,
Okay.
it was between the seat and the center console storage area.
Sure. So,
Watching a group of men walking into a store, you described them as two white guys.
I'm not that. Some weird menu.
Oh, man.
Driving aimlessly all the way around. You get it?
Alright. Oh, my phone is still on your head.
Okay.
Alright,
Yep.
well, turn off the microphone.
Yep. Guy's so full of shit.
I was just driving aimlessly all the way around.
That dude in that picture looks taller than
Yeah, than him.
Huh?
when you're saying that dude looks taller than him, are you referring to the white male in the picture versus Corey?
Correct.
Okay.
Let's see if there's any stolen stuff. It's like all electronic stuff.
And that's where you say, let's see if we can find any stolen stuff?
Correct.
Pretty close here.
I knew it. I could smell it. I could smell it, but there's a big bag of weed down here.
have your hand in there. And so right there when you say, oh, I could smell it, that was the first time, this is at 26 minutes and 47 seconds, that you ever mentioned the smell of marijuana, the view of marijuana, marijuana in any capacity, right?
Specifically what I said is I knew I smelled marijuana.
Right. And that was the first time that was mentioned, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that, so just now when you were testifying, with Mr. Foisel, when he asked you the reasons you were searching the car, the first thing you said was the odor of raw marijuana, right?
I listed 3 separate reasons
Right. And
altogether.
the first reason that you specified was the odor of marijuana?
He didn't necessarily ask me in what order
Yeah,
or
I'm not asking
anything.
what he asked, I'm just asking what you testified to. That was the first thing you said was odor of raw marijuana.
I believe it was.
Okay. And then because the car was gonna be towed, and then to search for stolen items. So there was 3 reasons.
Those were the 3 reasons that I searched the vehicle, yes.
And then you said that Mr. Clark said that he saw Corey reaching in that area. But I believe he said that he saw him moving around, but he didn't know what he was doing.
Correct.
Okay, so it wasn't that he was specifically reaching in that area, it was that he was moving around when they were getting pulled over, but he didn't know where he was reaching to.
Yes.
Okay. And the multiple, you said he gave 3 or 4 different versions of why he had that cash on him. He stated that he doesn't trust banks, that he works and he gets paid in cash, that he works at the church down the street, and that he gets paid $20 an hour. And he also said that he had cashed a bond and that he had sold a vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. At no point did he change his story. That was merely to explain to you why there was so much money, right? He never said, no, I actually didn't cash a bond. No, I didn't actually sell a vehicle. No, I don't actually work at that church.
They weren't all given in a series of statements. It was, I asked him initially about it, he gave me one response. I asked him about it again later, and he gave me a different response than that. And then asked him again later, and he gave me a different response than even the other 2.
So I'm going to go to... I might have to reopen it.
This is, put it there. Guy's so full of shit. There?
Yeah, no.
Okay, well, whose is it?
It's definitely not mine. I don't smoke weed, sir. On occasion, I drink some vodka, but I...
What was your first name again?
Robert, sir.
Robert.
Yes, you can look...
Robert, how old are you?
46.
You're 46, okay?
Yes.
Let's just cut all the complete and total bullshit out of this conversation. Let's just listen to me, okay?
Yes.
You don't need to say anything. The story that you're giving me about where you're going, okay, is complete and total. You are nowhere near where you are going to, okay?
I don't really travel this area that much. I'm
okay.
sitting here looking
This
for
isn't going to fly, okay? That's not how this works, okay? That is your vehicle. This is shoved down next to your seat, between your seat and the center console.
No way.
Yeah, 100%.
Interesting.
Okay? Did you see him put it there?
I was...
It's next to you.
Sir.
He would have to touch you for that to happen.
Sir, that is not mine.
Okay.
So when you're talking to Mr. Clark here, you make it clear that you don't believe what he's telling you. I think earlier you had said to the other officer, he's so full of shit, when he was talking about where he was going, about the theft offense at Menards, and then here you're telling him, in order for him to get those drugs, he would have had to touch you, right?
That's what I told him there, yes.
Okay.
I would not lie to you.
Okay,
I have
well,
no reason
I'm
to
telling
lie.
you right now, unless he says that it's his, you guys are both getting charged with it. And there's a little bit of cocaine in here.
Sir, that
Okay.
is not mine.
Okay.
Undoubtedly, that is
But
not
you didn't
mine.
see him put it there. Don't.
I didn't.
If you listen. If you want to play the game,
Listen.
believe me, I can guarantee you.
I can honestly tell you this.
Okay.
I did not see him place it there.
Okay.
Now he moved around, but when I was trying to block the light,
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't see him put anything there.
Okay.
But I know for a fact that is not mine. I've never hit drug
I
charges.
can
don't do
guarantee
drugs.
you that I know how to play this game better than
Sir,
you do.
I'm not lying to you.
Okay,
Why would I
and
lie?
we're playing games.
No,
and
I'm not
gonna
playing the game. I'm being
and I'm
honest
going.
with you.
I'm going to win in this game.
Listen,
okay.
I'm being honest with you, sir. I'm telling
You're not.
you. It's not mine.
You're not.
I did not touch that. I saw him move around. I didn't even see him put anything down.
Okay.
I didn't. I don't know how it would get
Ramos,
next to me.
you're about to learn.
There's no
You're about to
way.
learn a very hard life lesson about being just completely and totally ignorant about what's going on around you and being.
Okay, so at this point, when you're talking to Mr. Clark, you seem to still not believe what he's telling you.
Did I still not believe what he was telling me?
Right.
No.
Okay. And then right after this,
Completely and totally
this
naive.
conversation
Okay.
lasts
Don't
a
smoke
couple
weed.
minutes.
Picking heroin. Okay.
Isn't that
This is called.
I think it's around.
In there. I'm gonna pull this.
So after you talk to him, to Mr. Clark, you go back up to the vehicle, okay, and then at that point, you say, I'm gonna pull this other guy out and search him, right?
Correct.
So at that point, you had already made the decision that you were gonna be arresting Mr. Hitchcock.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull this other dude out and search him. You can put your phone down on the seat in there. Go ahead and step out, turn and face my car for me.
So you have a conversation with Corey, as you said, he denies that he knew anything about the drugs being in there, and then you have a lecture with him about what constructive possession is.
Correct.
Because that it is technically reachable by him from the passenger seat, that he had constructively possessed that bag of drugs.
Correct.
And then you were arresting him because of it.
Correct.
And then that's why you went and searched him?
Correct.
And at that point, he had voluntarily, so once you arrested the both of them, Corey had voluntarily given a DNA swab, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Clark did not?
He did not.
And then when you were booking them into the jail, I believe in your report, you said when you were booking them into the jail, there was a dollar bill with white powder residue that you found on Robert Clark?
Correct.
Okay.
Redirect examination.
Officer, you were asked a lot about whether or not you audibly said you smelled marijuana on cross-examination here today, correct?
I was.
But the first thing you say when you enter that vehicle with the officer to search it was, "I knew I smelled marijuana."
Correct.
Meaning, what did that mean to you when you said that?
It means that I had already smelled it earlier, prior, when I was up at the car.
And all the computer scene and things that we saw in the video that was shown by counsel, it's not a typed out, easy format to read, is it?
No.
Okay. And in fact, in order to get confirmation on license information, you had to call dispatch to confirm, in fact, whether or not the driver was valid.
Correct.
Okay. And they're the ones who physically ran it.
Correct.
You can't find that quickly on a computer as you're driving 35 miles an hour behind someone.
No.
Okay. And key pieces of information you said you were looking for, that include what type of property was stolen?
Yes.
That way, if you approached the vehicle, you could look in the car and see if that property was there?
Correct.
Is that the reason you were looking for that type of information?
Yes.
In the last video clip you were shown, you were, by defense counsel, you asked Mr. Hitchcock to step out of the vehicle and to place his phone down. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So you could see that he was actually on his phone, even in that video clip, that he had been using his phone while in the back of the cruiser?
That's correct.
Because at that point, he wasn't placed under arrest until after the drugs were found. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So everything that took place in the back of the cruiser, he was free to move about, do whatever he wanted to do. But he wasn't actually searched for contraband until after the arrest took place.
Correct.
And again, that came after, albeit a long conversation with Mr. Clark, one where Mr. Clark indicated to you he saw the defendant moving in that area.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to clarify, you didn't make the comment, "I knew I smelled marijuana," or "I knew I smelled something," right when you opened the door. You didn't make that statement until you pulled out that baggie, right?
I made that comment when I saw it.
When you saw the baggie?
Correct.
Okay. And then, just again to clarify that Mr. Clark didn't say he was moving in that specific area next to his seat, just that he was moving around, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Officer, you may step down.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
State Call Detective Butler.
Want to go out and see if he's there?
You can leave the photo there. Yeah.
Eric, can you go out and get him?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry. Thank you.
All right.
I really possibly stepped to the restroom, Judge. Can I go track it down real quick?
Sure.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that.
Stop one second, raise your hand. You swear or affirm the testimony about the truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Proceed, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Boyce, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective, Could you state your name and spell your name for the record?
Sure. Ryan Butler, that's Butler.
And you're a certified police officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
How long have you been a police officer with the state of Ohio?
10 years,
And where are you employed?
the Mentor Police Department.
What is your current capacity with Mentor PD?
I'm a detective with the Mentor Police Department.
Okay. And were you working in that role back on the 10th of January, 2023?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you have the opportunity to investigate a case involving a Corey Hitchcock and a Robert Clark?
Yes.
Why were you called in to help out with that case?
The information, the report about the arrest was forwarded to me. Anytime pretty much anybody's arrested for narcotics-related offenses or cell phones or money is seized, that gets forwarded up to me to investigate further.
Okay. At that time, back in January of '23, did you have a kind of a specialty area that you were working in specifically as a detective?
Yes,
What was that area?
narcotics.
Okay, so narcotics cases, when they would come through, would ultimately come through you or one of the other officers working those cases?
Yes.
Okay. So when you received this case, what, if any, information was given to you then to review?
Well, the report, obviously I read the report to understand what I'm getting into. 2 cell phones were seized during this stop. About $5,000 in cash was seized. So essentially I start looking into what I could do with any of that and what further investigation I have to do.
Okay. So you had the 2 cell phones and you had amount of money and you knew drugs were involved.
Yes.
At that point in time, did you have access to the body cam, dash cam, anything like that from the officers?
Yes,
As part of your review then, do you go back and review all that footage?
I do.
Okay. Did you watch Patrolman Harem's body cam that day?
Yes.
Did you watch, I think Patrolman Lucier was also present that day. Did you view his?
Yes.
And same with Officer Smelter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, Officer Harriman testified earlier today that the dash cam as well as an in-car camera was running on that day. Did you have a chance to view those videos?
Yes.
And specifically in the video for the in-car video, what does that show when you have an in-car video in a cruiser? What's depicted in that?
There's 2 different cameras inside the car. One's going to be the dash cam shooting forward to show what's in front of the car. And then there's a backseat camera that records the backseat where somebody's either detained or arrested or just sitting back there in the backseat.
Okay. And in this case, Mr. Hitchcock was initially placed into the back of the car, not arrested and handcuffed, but placed into the back of the car.
Correct.
You were able to see that on the video?
Yes.
And had been back there for a little while?
Yes.
Okay. You were able to view, again, that entire length while he was in the car?
Yes.
What did you observe Mr. Hitchcock doing during that time frame?
He was on his cell phone pretty much the entire time.
Okay, so he's talking?
Yes.
Is he doing anything else with his cell phone, or is he just having a conversation with it up to his ear?
He was having a conversation. It was on speakerphone, so I could hear what the person on the other end of the phone was saying. He was scrolling through it, looked like he was texting on it. At one point, he held the phone up. It appeared as if to take a picture from the back seat of the car, kind of pointing forward.
So it appeared like he was having a conversation, also doing something on his phone, can't tell what, maybe texting or messaging, and it looked like he took a photo.
Correct.
Why is that information important to you as an officer who deals in specifically narcotics, investigating narcotics cases?
Yeah, no, this is very significant. Just from my time investigating drug arrests, making my own drug arrests, and even working with confidential informants, in doing controlled purchases of narcotics. Communication on the cell phone is very, very important and significant in these cases. Witnessing the defendant do those things, in previous cases, obviously in a drug sale or purchase, you have the buyer and you have the seller, and there's been times where there's the communication pre-buy, so before the buy or sale actually happened, as well as post-buy. So the communication between the two is important, especially if law enforcement gets involved in some way. Either they get stopped before the sale, or even they get stopped after the sale. We've had cases where after the sale of drugs, a seller would contact the buyer just to make sure everything went smoothly, just to make sure, hey, you didn't get stopped by the police or anything. And same thing, even pre-sale. If somebody gets held up before the drug transaction, obviously you're going to contact the other person involved and tell them, hey, I'm going to be late or I'm not going to make it.
Okay. So you witnessed the video of him on the phone and being active with it. You also at that time were aware that he had been, the time that you're reviewing all this, $5,000 had been confiscated from his person.
Yes.
You were also aware that he had a package of zigzag cigarette rolling paper, cigar rolling papers on him as well.
Yes.
And you're also aware that he denied that he had any role in the drug possession.
Correct.
Okay. When you have cases like this, you're trying to piece it together, what steps are at your fingertips, or what can you utilize to try and get additional information?
Some things I'll do is I will I'll research their criminal history to see if they've ever been arrested for any narcotics-related offenses. I will see if any other local agencies may have had any contact with them, and if so, what was the reason behind that. When there's a significant amount of money involved, I will start digging into their financials, bank account information, stuff like that.
Now, you can't just go pull up somebody's bank account information or pull up somebody's cell phone records, can you?
No.
How do you obtain that information?
Well, with a cell phone, going through a cell phone, it's going to be a search warrant.
Okay, so you have to get a search warrant to be able to go through that cell phone. In this case, involving Corey and Mr. Clark, is that the step that you went through?
Yes.
Okay. And the information that you had at the time of the search warrant, the same information you just testified here to today?
Yes.
That a large amount of money had been involved, that the defendant had been in the backseat of the car utilizing his cell phone, and that he gave a variety, varying of different reasons as to what he had the money for.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to audibly listen to as well the conversation that he was having in the back of that car?
Yes.
Was there discussion about drugs in that conversation at any point in time?
Yes.
What was said regarding that?
The first mention, it sounded as if a female was on the other line. I believe she asked the defendant if he was with that meth head. So she referenced methamphetamine. The defendant said no. She also asked if the defendant had anything on him. He said no. She also asked if Rob, the driver of the vehicle, had anything on him. The defendant also said no.
Okay, so what did you interpret that to mean when she's saying on him and when she say anything? What do you interpret that to mean?
Narcotics, something illegal.
So based on the information that you have, why then are you asking for a search warrant on the cell phones?
Because I had reason to believe that he was involved in narcotics or narcotics trafficking, either the purchasing or selling of narcotics.
Okay. So ultimately you go to get a search warrant?
Yes.
Search warrant's granted,
Correct.
signed by the judge.
Yep.
You received those cell phone records?
Yes, I do.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. result of that search warrant, were you able to get messages from Mr. Hitchcock's cell phone?
Yes.
What was a summarization of what those messages contained?
Why is that
That's
relevant?
Jackson.
Sustained.
I have no further questions, sir.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. So when you were reviewing this case, you went through, you said the report that Officer Harum had written, the body cam video, the dash cam video, pretty much everything that was available at that point.
Yes.
And that was, I think your summary was the 12th, so that's 2 days later?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that during the search in the booking area, that a dollar bill with residue was found on Robert Clark, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that the drugs in the vehicle were found on the driver's side next to Robert Clark?
Yes.
And during your investigation, you noted in your report that you saw that Robert Clark had multiple trafficking and possession charges on his CCH?
Yes.
And you noted that Corey did not have any prior trafficking or drug charges on his CCH?
Yes.
You noted that there was no other indications of trafficking, such as a scale or small baggies, that were found?
Yes.
And you noted with the, the zigzag rolling papers you talked about, does that usually indicate use of marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, thank you.
Direct examination?
Large sum of money, that's indicative of trafficking, or can that be indicative of trafficking?
It can be.
The activity on the cell phone, can that be indicative of trafficking?
Yes.
And obviously narcotics themselves is indicative of trafficking?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
I have no further questions, thank you.
Sure, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state has no further witnesses at this time and would rest.
What exhibits do we have?
1 and 2.
Huh? 1 and 2?
Yes, we have the photo and the video.
Right. Any objections? Well, I already admitted 1.
Hi, Your Honor.
All right, so 1 and 2 will be admitted. Mr. Curley, defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we would just ask for a brief recess. The individual that I had subpoenaed had not arrived by the time we started, and I haven't been out to check. So I just asked for 2 or 3 minutes.
All right, we'll see a 2-minute recess.
All rise. anything because the stop itself was unlawful. The officer did not have probable cause to stop that vehicle just based on the fact that there was a notice to the department to be on the lookout for a certain vehicle. There has to be more than that. The vehicle didn't commit a theft offense. The vehicle did not commit any offense. There has to be probable cause that a person committed an offense or was about to commit an offense. There was no probable cause to show that any person committed or was about to commit an offense in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state believes the standard that is necessary for the stop is not probable cause, but a reasonable suspicion of criminal activity, which I believe is what we had here. Difference. Probable cause is what's necessary for him to effectuate an arrest on the case. Probable cause is what's necessary for us to bring a case before you. Reasonable suspicion has been held to be less than the probable cause amount. In this situation, he had reasonable suspicion that this vehicle had been involved in the theft offense at Menards. That much he was aware of. As the stop prolonged, yes, it kept getting worse for this defendant. That's not on this officer. He was acting within his job as an officer.
But that's after the stop. Well, I guess you can respond to her other arguments that she made, but I guess I was going back to when she circled back to her main argument is this stop. So anything that happens after the stop is irrelevant to that argument. If you want to respond to her other arguments, I didn't mean to cut you off for that. But the stop itself is what I guess I was focusing on because she went back to that. But you can rebut whatever you want.
The officer testified, again, at length, but he was, in fact, she tried to argue he was not reading the report prior to the stop. The testimony was, he didn't verbally pull up the whole report and read it line by line. He was trying to pick out as much information as he could. Contained in that report was information that the driver in that case, did not have a valid license. Contained in that report was also the information, as noted by counsel, that that driver ultimately was was no longer being looked at as a suspect. It was the testimony of the officer that he didn't learn that he was no longer a suspect until after the arrest. That's what he said today on the stand. He never said on the stand that he had a chance to read the whole report in its entirety and make that determination prior to the stop of the vehicle. That occurred after the fact. So what we had was, yes, the bolo had been out. He believed by his training and experience that the car had been, I think his words were, had gone a fairly high rate of speed and must have got going, I think is what it said on the video. If you listen to the video when he was talking to the other officer, they must have got going pretty quick. Appeared to be lost or going in different directions because it said he came up to the stop sign, stopped for an extended period of time, and then ultimately didn't put any turn signal on.
Why does that give her any reason at all? Someone that appears to be lost, how is that reasonable suspicion that criminal activity is afoot?
Without the involvement of the theft offense, I'd say you are probably correct. I'd say you are probably correct. If you
The
saw
theft
a
offense
vehicle,
occurred 2 weeks earlier.
Correct.
It wasn't like the allegation was they were fleeing from the theft offense.
I don't dispute that. The suspicious driving pattern. So I think those things combined gave the justification for the stop.
I'll take this matter under advisement and issue my decision.
Thank you.
Anything else we need to discuss at this point?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.